Just all right. Welcome everybody. Call to order our workshop Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, 5 p.m. Declaration of a quorum. 6 members present. Thank y'all for being here. One absent. Item C, hearing of citizens. We don't have any for the workshop. And then item D, D1, review November 5th, 2024 election results and related timelines.
Yes, sir. We swore in Dr. Darren Payne via Zoom on November 13th, which has been last Wednesday. He is halfway across the world right now serving. And so we got him sworn in. And then our other new board member to the team will be Miss Kristen Wilson. Her swearing in will be part of the regular board meeting at 7.
All right. That'll bring us to item 2, the 23-24 bond updates. Mr. Simak and Mr. Buckner.
President Horak, members of the board, thank you so much for your time this evening. We appreciate the opportunity to give you a little bit of an update on the 2023-2024 bond package as it stands currently. We have hit the ground running, and we have multiple projects going, as you're going to see here this evening. We do have some renderings to show you and some conceptual designs. I will tell you that some things are subject to change. So hopefully you don't get your heart too set on anything tonight because it could potentially change. But currently, projects that we have going on, we'll obviously talk about the bond projects. You know that we've got the high school expansions, Rock Prairie Elementary, CTE Phase 2, our middle school fields, which are currently underway as we speak, baseball, softball, our D zones, stadium improvements, and deferred maintenance. And so we'll talk to you about what we've got going with all of these this evening. Right now, bond projects in phase. You'll notice a check mark next to every single thing on that list with the exception of central office. If you recall, the bond language with central office said an existing building. It's not that we haven't attempted to find an existing building in College Station. There's just not very many buildings that are going to be able to accommodate what we need or that people are willing to sell. And so that's where we are currently. And I will tell you, this is a lot, and you're going to see tonight a lot has taken place, and a lot of this is able to happen right now. We're squeezing all of this in as quickly as possible because time is money in this process, and we're able to do that because of the team that we have. Miss Wilson, with her experience from Canyon ISD, Mr. Buckner, with his experience from just north of us, has been truly beneficial. Melissa Fleming and the VLK architect team has been great to work with, and so there's a lot of hats that are involved in this, and there really is a lot that is taking place currently. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Buckner to talk to you about A&M Consolidated.
So one of the high school projects we have going is A&M Consolidated High School. It is additions and renovations to the high school. If you recall, earlier this summer, it was approved for Duratec Construction to be the construction manager at risk for this project. Construction, we're looking at starting spring of 2025 with an estimated completion right now of the summer of 2026 prior to kids coming back in August. Additional square footage. Because it's a 2-story addition, we have a little under 32,000 square foot on the first floor and a little over 29,000 on the second floor. And these will consist of science labs, special services, classrooms, weight room, film room. We're looking at cheer space, black box theater, and phase 4 of renovations for A&M Consolidated High School. And some renderings that we have so far, this was projected to be like the new auditorium entrance. Of course, these are kind of close to what will be the actual renderings of this project. We are in construction documents. We just had our 75% review not too long ago. Northwest corner of it, and it is tying into the existing location, the existing brick, existing aesthetics of A&M Consolidated as it is now. And this addition is on the bus loop, so it will encroach into that bus loop area that is there now, right by the freshman gym and that kind of stuff. A rendering of the interior lobby. As you come in, you can see auditorium that is there on the right down that hallway, and the gymnasium is on the left, with just making the school a little more modern, brighter, and welcoming in that new area as you're going into the gym or the auditorium.
So we're well on our way at College Station High School as well. We've had that 75% meeting, and so we are moving pretty quickly there. And you'll see, if you recall, Jamala was our contract manager at risk for this project. Again, this project will also start in the spring of 2025. Estimated completion is December of 2026. We'll certainly be aggressive with that and try to get done as quickly as possible. With this one, if you've looked at College Station High School, there will be 4 projects going on simultaneously because they are going to add on to the end of each of the wings of College Station High School. And so I'll show you those wings in just a moment, but a little over 100,000 square feet is going to be added. You have CTE classrooms and labs, art classroom, science classrooms, and a third gym. We'll be able to make some AVP improvements to the CTE classroom there on campus. We've got some roof repairs that are pretty heavy duty that are going to be involved with this project. And then we'll be able to address locker room efficiencies. And if you're aware of what's currently going on at College Station High School, all of our varsity level gym sports are not on the gym level. They're not even in locker rooms that have bathrooms currently because the existing building, the way it was built, the locker room space was just too small to house a varsity team. And so volleyball moved downstairs and took over a PE locker room. Lady Cougar basketball took over a storage closet and turned it into a nice locker room. Boys basketball is currently in a great space next to a weight room that was actually a storage shed, and it has no restroom. I don't have to tell you that having no restroom for boys in a basketball locker room is not a good idea because they will go find a restroom no matter how they're clothed. It's fantastic. So with that, we'll add 2 academic wings to the building, and you'll see where it's coming off the existing structure that we have there. So this will be on both sides for the academic wings. This will be your fine arts wing, where we're adding in off of where the current auditorium is there on that end of the building. And then the athletic wing right across from the field house. This is where your current gym entrance is. That'll all be brought down and extended out, and then you'll have your third gym there on the second level with the remainder of the athletic gyms that are there. And so this will bring it equal to the number of gyms that they have at A&M Consolidated High School currently.
So Rock Prairie Elementary is a Jamala Construction was awarded this one as well as College Station High School. This one is going to be a 2-part project with a lot of summer work just because of how it's going to end up with renovation as well as the it's going to be an administration addition to the to that campus. Current administration area will be turned into classrooms. So it was the easiest method around that and the most cost-effective method with doing that. The atriums, we're looking at some other areas. I think initially it was to be closed in. That was going to be extremely expensive and extremely difficult with getting in and around those atriums because they are internal. So we're looking at other methods of sprucing those up and making those a usable space for outdoor learning inside those atriums. This is also including a car rider line that will come in through the off of Edelweiss Drive Avenue, but it's come through that retention pond right there and snake around. We're doing what we can to get the drop off and pick up parents, the car riders, off of Welsh Drive as best as possible to help traffic flow in that area. But you can see this will be the new front rendering with right behind the left side of that canopy would be the addition for the administration offices, a new canopy along the front of the school for a larger drop-off space, and a rendering of the cafeteria. These are still kind of subject to change. We just had a meeting last week on the colors, the materials, and everything else for interior design on this. So this is close, but probably will change a little bit. But we want to incorporate all the school colors into that with the with it being an elementary school like that.
So CTE Phase 2 is PO construction. Estimated start would be sometime this summer, potentially a little bit earlier, but we're going to be conservative with the estimate and say the summer of 2025. A little over a year to maybe complete that, summer of 2026. Total square footage with this property will be 58,474. And there you go, Mr. Buckner. All right. Batteries in your lap. Okay, I'm not going to lean on that table anymore. So total square footage is 58,474 square feet. Programs that we will be adding in at the CTE Phase 2, Ag Mechanics, Animal Science, Auto Tech, Construction, Cosmetology, Multipurpose Arena, and the Vet Tech Lab as long as welding. So this will help us get our kids that are currently going out to Bryan to be served through their CTE program. It will allow us to pull our kids back into College Station ISD. Furthermore, with cosmetology, the way it was designed for it to be able to go in at College View, it was a situation where it was not going to be a complete program. We needed 3 different classroom spaces for that. We were only going to be able to offer 2. So therefore, if Mr. Ben decided that he was going to go into college cosmetology, he was not going to be a completer. He would not have been able to get all the way through the program because we didn't have the space to build it. It was contingent upon us being able to do something potentially here at central office if we were able to find an existing building and build out. This actually makes it much easier. I'm learning that new construction is a lot more fun than remodeling, and so this actually makes it a lot more convenient, a lot easier to do, and I think it's going to be really beneficial. Our CTE team is very excited about it. Some other things that we'll pick up in this project, we will get a new gate. We get several calls from the sheriffs quite frequently of the gate situation, with gates being left open, us having to go out and check things. Mr. Ross has checked it multiple times. I've been out there numerous times. We'll get a concrete or a paved driveway all the way up to the new CTE Phase 2 center. It'll still be gravel, Caliche Road, past that going to the barn. And then we'll do a little bit to address some things with the current ag barn with a shade awning to protect our livestock there. And so that's a rendering of the gate there on the front of the property. We're very excited about that. It'll be a card reader gate, so people will be able to swipe in and swipe out. We'll have a complete and total record of everybody that's in there and not, and so that'll help us with safety purposes as well. And then here is your CTE Phase 2 center. And so we're very excited for this space. Mr. Ross and Mrs. Clinkscales are both very eager to get this project started. There's a lot of really good things happening with this space, and we're excited for it moving forward.
So a project that is actively under construction right now is the middle school athletic fields. So this is turfing the 3 middle school fields, as well as bleachers and restroom and concessions that are, it's 2 new constructions at Consolidated Middle School and College Station Middle School, and just an expansion at Welborn Middle School. Jacody Construction won this project under competitive sole proposal, and we have started this. The first portion is February 17th, 2025 for substantial completion. That is the turf and the tracks. And then August of 2025 is for the remainder with the bleachers, the restroom facilities, and the concession stands. And right now we are on target to meet both of those dates. The August of 2025 will actually be more than they need. Right now, they are actually trending to be done around June. Bleachers are probably going to be the last thing that gets done. They have the longest lead time on that, but that project is moving quick. The bleachers there, what we're doing is adding capacity to those bleachers. So what we did is we took the 3-year average, the historical average on the number of tickets that are being sold at the games, and we used that to get to our bleacher counts. So we're looking at over a 200 seat increase at all 3 stadiums, with Consolidated Middle School and Welborn getting the most, and then College Station adding just under 230 seats. But that'll take the capacities at Consol and College Station Middle Schools to just under 680, and Welborn will be just under 700. Kind of the disparity with those numbers is they have different bleacher systems. Welborn's bleachers topping out around that was as close as we could get to the 678 to make it look uniform, is that 696 number. And the others will be more of a standard bleacher, and that gets us to that 678 number. This will be what the fields will look like when they are done, with the new CSISD logo with the star in the middle at the 50-yard line, and one of the D zones as turf and the other as track. And then these were photos taken not too long ago. You can see all 3 of the fields are bare. College Station Middle School on the far right, they have already put the liner down. They are in the process of getting all the rock and drainage done on it. And then they will transition to Welborn Middle School, and we have a 3rd crew coming in from the turf subcontractor that will go straight to A&M Consolidated Middle School and catch up. So they're throwing more crews at it than originally anticipated, as they had a job end in another school district, so they are going to relocate them over and speed up the process Yesterday's rain slowed down a little, but for the most part, rain should not affect too much of this project because everything's already stabilized and it's just ready for the turf. We're looking at turf getting installed in mid to late December on all three of these projects.
So baseball, softball is one that we really tried and pushed hard on last year after the May bond to see if we could potentially make it happen before this baseball, softball season. And I will tell you that after learning some of the things that we've learned and just going through this process, I'm glad that we didn't push for that. It would have kept our teams off their fields this current fall semester. And we do have some teams that are, we expect some really great things out of this year. So wanted to make sure that we're not taking away that time from them. So currently, right now, it's been released for bid. We'll be looking for approval for that next month at the board meeting. As soon as the baseball, softball seasons end, we will start these projects. We will be ready to mobilize, and we will be ready to hit the ground running and go on these projects as quickly as possible. It's a 4 to 5 month project if everything goes as planned. Certainly, we want to trend a little bit lighter on the months, but at the same time, we recognize that there's some factors that you can't control. However, during the summertime, it doesn't seem to rain too much here, so we should be okay there. We will be redoing the bleachers at Consol softball, getting them up to the backstop and giving them, taking away all the blind spots that they have and really providing them with just a much better setup. Also with this project, we will have our D zones for the football stadiums. And so that was helpful for us to have a team mobilized, not just for baseball, softball, turf, but also for the D zones. We're hoping that helps us with our price. And then I say on here, the track runway. So one of the things that wasn't considered whenever they decided that they were going to do the D zones is at A&M Consolidated High School, that takes away your pole vault pit potentially, or it makes pole vault and high jump be on the same pit. Could possibly be a situation there. I've seen it before where kids run into each other and collide on tracks. We don't want that. And then at College Station High School, you take away a long and a triple jump pit. And so you get yourself back into a situation where now high jump is on the same D zone as your long and triple jump pit. And so what we're looking to do is to relocate these so that way we can turf the entire D zones and not put our track programs at a disadvantage. And we feel really confident that we'll be able to do that as well. And so one of the things I want to point out to you is obviously this is the softball fields, and you may have noticed that whenever Mr. Buckner pointed out the middle school fields for you, that it's consistent across the board. It's the alternating turf, it's the logo in the middle of the field. Well, it's consistent here as well. All of our fields will look the same way with the alternating dark turf, light turf with the vertical lines. Softball, because their backstop area is very small, their logos will be dead center field, and it's consistency across the board. What we want to avoid is a situation like we had a few years ago where College Station High School's turf looks one way because somebody went dark turf, light turf, and had a different vision. And then in Consolidated, we paid the exact same amount of money, but somebody didn't have the same vision. And so people are under the assumption that we paid more for one and less for the other, and that is not at all the case. And so we are having a consistent vision with this across the board. Here with softball, you'll see on the right field side, we've got bullpens getting turfed on the left field side as well. We have met with these coaches numerous times. I talked to one of the coaches just before I came to this board meeting today. We have sat down with them. We have walked through this with them. And we understand all their requests. This is actually a really unique project because when we put it out for bid, we have so many different alternates because we are going to try to make sure that we expand this dollar as much as possible. And so baseball, you'll see that the logos here are behind home plate. You can't really see a baseball center field logo from the stands, and so we're going to put them right behind home plate. And you'll see here as well, we're turfing bullpens. All the extra stuff in the outfield has been requested by the baseball coaches. These will be little X marks, and it's for throwdown bases. And so throwdown bases that just stick to the turf, and that way they can set up and they can do fungo, or they can do bunt drills, or they can do interior infield drills out, and they can utilize all parts of their field. And so that was a request of theirs, and that's a real quick, simple fix that we've been able to add to the fields for them. And then stadium improvements.
So the stadium improvements project is field house addition, new press box for Tiger Stadium, some building envelope improvements at Cougar Stadium, as well as some concrete improvements that are over there on the visitor side around baseball, softball as well, where we have some concrete heaving and some issues going on with that concrete. So the construction manager at risk was selected at a previous board meeting. It was Jacody Construction. was selected for this one as well. We are in the process of design. So one thing Mr. Simak mentioned earlier was some of these renderings are subject to change. This is where they're really subject to change. We've only seen these renderings one time, and VLK is already in the process of taking some of our comments, suggestions, changes, and everything in that meeting. To follow up to that is scheduled for next week. But we're looking to start construction this summer on the Fieldhouse addition. And then press box, right now we are planning for that to start as soon as the last home game is over. They will move in that next day and start taking out the restroom concessions and current press box and work through the entire spring and summer and have that up and going for the following football season. And then we're also looking at a scoreboard, changing the scoreboards out at both stadiums as well as part of this project, along with bleachers. But these are complete renderings that are that we saw a week or two ago. But this would be the new ticket booth on the home side for between baseball would be able to utilize this as well as football games with a double entry in the arches. And we're looking at putting letterings across the arches at Tiger Stadium or something. We haven't really nailed down that yet, but looking at that. This would be from the field looking at the new press box potentially with the 2 levels of layout with a film deck right behind the ACM that's in the middle. Because this press box, quite a few other stadiums have some type of big graphic on the back wall. Unfortunately, Tiger Stadium, you cannot see the back wall. It points straight to trees and an apartment complex. So looking to utilize what you see here on that right side, that wall of some type of graphic for people as they're walking into the stadium to see the press box. And that would be that side view of that. But this would be completely modernize this press box. Everything has been taken into account with it with sight lines, not to have any unvisible areas of the field, having multi-level coaches boxes in there so that the various offensive coaches and defensive coaches both have the same sight lines from inside their end of the press box. This would be the addition onto the Consol Fieldhouse. It would have that would be the weight room area right there. This would be the portion of that field house that is facing the football field. So you would have the weight room looking over it with the glass right there on the left. You would have the ACM right there in the middle to tie it all in together with the campus. And this project is also a full renovation of the existing field house, moving over cross country, relocating baseball within the field house, and moving freshman football into the field house. Then for Cougar Stadium, it's all within the same project. This one we don't really have a timeline yet on when to start this project. It could easily go start this summer, or it could just wait until after the season is over for them. It's not as large of a project, so more time and focus has been put on the Consol portion of this project just because of the size discrepancies between the projects on this for both campuses.
And then, as you well know, we had some deferred maintenance out of that last bond package. And so other things that we have going pretty soon, roof projects. Consol will get a complete new roof, full scrape. It already has 2 existing roof structures on the roof. We have a lot of issues right now with that campus, and so we are looking to start that as quickly as possible. We've been working on it since I transitioned into this new role back in February. Mr. Buckner arrived in May, and that has been a nonstop project for us with all of these. But Consol will be a complete new roof starting in the spring of 2025. So if you start to think about all the various things going on at Consolidated, if you're not a big fan of construction or construction traffic, you might want to steer clear for the next 18 months because you're going to have the field house, the stadiums, baseball, softball, the expansion, and a new roof going on all at once. Miss Elder is going to have a great time. Rockport Elementary School, on top of the remodel that we'll be doing there, they are due a new roof, and so we're working through that now. But that'll coincide with the project of that being remodeled. Cypress Grove as well needs a complete new roof, and so the plan is to start that one in the spring. That's not as big of a project, so that one should be done by the summer of 2025. Spring Creek Elementary School has leaked since day one, and it has leaked all over the place, and it's been really hard to identify where all that has leaked. But we have figured that out, and it's related to mechanical repairs and how the water runs down off of those lines and gets in through the membrane and into the roof surface and is able to just run the length of the building. And so that building is not yet even 10 years old, and so we will be making some mechanical repairs that will help extend the life of that current roof as it is. And then here at Central Office, we've got some major roof repairs that we need to make. We have some offices that anytime that it rains, it floods. And that's because of the current drainage system, the way it's designed, and how it goes down through some of the columns out in the breezeway. If you've ever been here when it's raining really hard, if you stand next to one of those breezeway columns, you can hear the water running. Well, that doesn't always work exactly like it's supposed to in a building this old. And so we've got some things that we need to do to get that repaired. And so those are 5 major roof projects that will be getting underway very soon. A lot's going to be taking place this next spring. So we got just a few things going on. We've hit the ground running, trying to make sure that we capitalize on the time while we have it, and we want to make sure that we deliver as quickly as possible for our people. So, questions?
Just confirm on the CTE, cosmetology, auto, and welding are programs we don't have on our campus right now, right? So we'll be expanding that offering. Great.
Let me add a little bit to the cosmetology piece. The way it was set up originally, the blueprint was going to be pretty tight, and then the students were need to go to school at College View full time. And we had some concerns because our programs right now, some are struggling because kids want to stay at their comprehensive high school, but they may like the program. By moving it out to CTE Phase 2, we're able to have more space, so we could actually have a larger cosmetology program versus having roughly 25 students. We think we could easily house 50, so there's more space. And then we're already busing kids from each high school to that facility. Now, instead of having run a bus across town towards A&M, the 2 buses are going CTE back to each high school. So it allows our operations to run a little smoother, and also it allows us to be able to recruit for that program, and programs a little bit better because you can stay at your comprehensive high school and you may be double blocked for a period to go out, but you're still going back, band, athletics, choir, whatever you're wanting to do, you can participate in everything. Kids don't have to choose what they like. They would have the best of both worlds.
My understanding was Brian, at some point in the near future, is going to get full on that auto and welding where we're sending our kids now. So this is good, squeezing out everything. I really appreciate what y'all do with that.
I had one question and then a comment. In regard to Spring Creek, is there any potential warranty kind of claims or anything at this point? Or
So we're working through that as well. There's only 3 years left on the warranty, and so it's an unusual warranty because it's only 12 years. More often than not, they're 20 years is what I've understood and what I've learned and what Mr. Buckner's experienced in his time north of us. And so we are working through that, and we're working with the manufacturer, and so all that is certainly in play. Yes, sir.
good deal. And then in regard to the stadiums, I know lots of other, band, track, and so forth, all use the stadiums, and they're going to be aware of the construction. But could y'all, if possible, like the community organizations, and specifically I'm thinking of Special Olympics, for example, that quite often use our stadiums, if y'all could just kind of give them a heads up that, hey, this construction is going to be going on during this time, or it's going to be unavailable, just, if
Yes,
possible.
sir.
I know you got a lot on
Specials.
your plate,
No,
but
no, sir. Those things are certainly on our radar. Special Olympics, obviously, we know Randy Daniel very well, and then Coach Simon has not let me forget about Little Olympics either. And so there's no worry of me forgetting anything.
Well, and kind of along those lines, I mean, you heard a lot of, it's going to be going on at a lot of schools, but particularly a whole lot at Consol, like you mentioned. I mean, what kind of things are you having to do to accommodate the students? Are there so much of that happening while the students are there? I mean, parking, all those types of things? What can they
So,
expect to see different over when you're in the middle of construction?
So we certainly still have time for planning, but I'll let Mr. Butner elaborate on this. But the parking lot, first and foremost, for the expansion of the science classrooms and the weight room and the additional special education classrooms, that is 42 parking spaces, and that is actually one of the worst parking lots that we have in campus. I can't tell you how many times people have backed into each other in that little small parking lot. That's just teachers. That is a teacher parking lot, and so those parking spaces will be accommodated for. People will be able to move out. The most important thing for us is those handicap parking spaces. But one of the reasons why we went with a contract manager at risk for this is because they are the ones that we'll work with them, but they'll be very much responsible for setting up all of our safety fencing and building, whether it be a walk-through tunnel or something to that effect, whatever it takes to make sure that we're keeping our kids safe and out of those active construction zones. The parking won't be an issue. There's enough parking spaces. We have literally physically counted the parking spaces that'll be there and readily available to them. And then obviously, one of the hardest projects at the field house is the fact that it is a constant occupied space. And so we've been in close contact with Coach Schmidt throughout this entire process. Even Coach Pryor at College Station High School, they readily available. We've talked to them numerous times. And so it'll be a great deal of coordination, but what it'll result in is they'll be using one half of the stadium while we're working on the other half of the stadium. And so we'll set up safety barriers and different things like that. It's very similar to what we're doing at our middle school projects right now. There's safety fences up, so our middle schools can continue to use their outside facilities, and we're keeping them away from the fields, and it's worked out smooth so far. Anything to elaborate, Mr. Butner?
That was one of the criteria for the construction manager's experience with occupied campuses. This is not Duratec's first time doing this. There will be headaches. There will be struggles. People will not get to park as close as they are accustomed to or want to, but there will be a change in how bus pickup and drop off is. But we are working through all of those logistics to make this as seamless as possible and as the least amount of headaches as possible for Miss Elder and that campus, because it is going to be nonstop for the next 18 to 24 months with the various projects going on, the various contractors involved over there. But at the end of it, it'll be worth it at the end of it with all the headaches, some things coming with it with the new addition and on both sides of the street with it. And hopefully some safety improvements with how kids funnel across Welsh Avenue to the parking lots. We are looking at ways to funnel them because evidently the shrubs aren't working. So looking at different measures to get them to the crosswalks instead of just darting across it any which way, and working with the city on some improvements we can make there too. But
Yeah, we actually have some additional parking that we're currently not utilizing. Our band program practices
Yes.
some in the mornings, and so they cone off some of that parking lot. So after school, it's available for them to practice and cars not be there. That's not going to be an option moving forward. Those cones are going to have to go, and just the understanding with Miss Elder and kids that park in that particular lot, by 4 o'clock, those cars are going to have to be gone. And so if you have after school activities, it's going to be an area you're not going to be able to park in. So there'll be some growing pains with there, but there's a ton of parking there currently that we're not really utilizing that should be very sufficient moving forward.
Right, and like you said, obviously, it's going to be some pain for a couple years almost, but really needed. So it's just what you kind of have to put up with. You know, it's just one of the many things you'll have to juggle. And you're obviously juggling a lot.
usually it's the first couple of months and everyone gets used to it.
Yeah.
So one of the questions I've had a couple of parents ask me is, what kind of processes are we going to have in place? Because it's not just the construction that's going on. We're also going to have a lot of construction crews there working while our students are in school. And will there be, a way to keep them not accessing the inner part of our school?
Yes, so we will have, there will be construction fencing up everywhere. Contractors are not allowed to use restroom facilities on our campuses. They will have their own facilities within their gated areas, within their fenced-in areas. They will have policies in place for zero interaction with students, and that is a zero tolerance thing. If we do see that happening, they will be kicked off the job site. Superintendent on the project will be very aware of that. That's not it's not uncommon. There will also be, depending on which portion of the project, where they're actually going to be on the campus, and how that student contractor interaction is. We will do quite a few background checks on contractors and everything. So if they don't meet all the requirements, then we will have background checks done on them so that they will all be um, checked just like employees of the school district to maintain safety.
These background checks are in addition to the background checks that are performed by their company.
And also, our administrators obviously are going to know the hotspot areas as well as our security officers as well. So that'll be areas that we'll be paying particular attention to.
And we will have representatives on site daily from the school district, from our department, our construction manager, our project inspector, Mr. Buckner, myself. Like we're on job sites quite frequently and in constant communication with our principals.
No, it's an important question. I'm going to bring up two other things. One is to follow up on what Lane said about the CTE Center, and really, because for years I have said and commented on it, how I've been pleased that we have been able to save taxpayer monies by sharing a facility in Bryant, right? So I think that has been a good thing for us. Obviously, there's some trade-offs. We have to bus people over there, but do we know exactly when we're going to run out of capacity at or when Brian really is going to run out of capacity and kick us out of there?
My understanding right now from Kevin Ross is currently on a couple, one if not both of those programs, they're only able to take our kids currently every other year. So right now, every one of our classes do not have that opportunity. And so I would say, and I don't know if Kevin has a timeline, but I think pretty easily within the next 5 or 6 years, our kids may not have any opportunity for that. We also send north over $100,000 per year to use the facility. So it's not free use for us. Besides transportation, it's a pretty good chunk of change. I want to say it's somewhere between $150,000, $175,000 a year. So that's money instead of Kevin having to spend there. He's got those funds that he could utilize to enhance the current programs in College Station.
And hopefully continue to grow some of our partnerships in those programs. I mean, I know we have some important ones there. Because they're not cheap programs either it's not just the buildings, right? It's the equipment as well. And that kind of is on the money side of this, you mentioned it, time is money with these projects. How are we looking? I know it's certainly so many things up in the air, but how are we looking with the overall budget for so many projects out there?
And the other part of that is competition drives numbers down. And I've mentioned this before. We have several more companies that have not worked with us in the past that know we're open for business. As far as with new leadership and experiences with different companies, I believe we had a roofing opening or pre-bid yesterday with over 30 plus roofers showed up on site. We were hoping for maybe 8 to 10. So word is out that we're open for business, which is great. It helps us to be able to utilize the funds that we promised for our taxpayers and hopefully be able to deliver everything under what we protected or projected budget-wise.
Yeah, there hasn't been a hailstorm in a while, knock on wood again. One more thing, when you brought up Rock Prairie, I just would be remiss if I didn't say I am happy they're keeping the atrium and being able to make it usable. I'm, said many times, also a supporter of some outdoor learning space, so I hope that works out well for them, so it's good.
Big thing, and I appreciate the report. I think this is very exciting for everybody. I think we've gotten a lot of questions from the community. Hey, when's this starting? What's the timelines? This, that. So we appreciate, obviously, the timelines as far as just being what they are, assuming Mother Nature creates the right environment for it. But bigger piece is just using the taxpayers' funds that they approved fiscally, which is what you are doing, and we're jumping on it now, and that's huge because, as y'all reiterated, time is money. Everything gets more expensive. We saw that as we went through these bond proposals and things like that, and all that. So I appreciate y'all jumping on that because that is the bigger piece. And you're exactly right. Real estate's not getting any cheaper. So the central office thing, I mean, it is what it is at this point. So living in College Station, Bryan College Station for that matter, we got a lot of folks coming here. So it's just going to drive up the prices. So it's what it is. But we appreciate everything you are doing because it's exciting. I've been in the construction world, so I know what y'all are going through and what y'all are about to experience. And best of luck is all I'm going to tell you. So there you go. Anything else? All right. Appreciate it, guys. D3, community engagement. Mr. Dunson, wide awake.
All right, we're live. Yes, sir. Mr. Horak, members of the board, I am presenting on behalf of my counterpart, Krista Thompson, who is home sick with sick children and sick herself. But we have been working diligently this semester so far since Krista has been brought on board to develop a community engagement plan and strategy to kind of attack some of the needs of improvement that have been identified in CSISD, to partner with local businesses, engage with our parents and our families in a more intentional way, and really just get our community more informed about what's going on in our schools. Um, we're starting off with a number of things, and I'll listed them here. These have really been Krista's initiatives, and so I'm not going to take a whole lot of credit for this list of things. But since she started in August, she has developed and managed the Community Connection newsletter that goes out monthly. That goes out to all of our parents, all of our staff members, yourselves as board members. And then in August, we also opened up an option for community members who don't have kids in school to subscribe to the newsletter so that we can engage with those interested folks who want to hear more about what's going on. We've also opened it up to specific demographics of people, like folks who sign up to receive a gold card. Those are our 60 plus CSISD citizens who want to come to athletic events for free. We've offered that for some time now, but we want to engage with them more and engage their interest in what they want to learn more about in CSISD other than attending an athletic event for free. And so we have a list of them. And then all of our community partners, like our business leaders, our faith-based organization leaders, we're also gauging their interest, and we want to add them to our email newsletters. And so that's really, again, been a big effort of Krista. Krista's also taken over the management of our Volunteers in Public Schools program, and accepting those applications and then providing those lists to the schools. She's also implemented what we're calling coffee chats. We're really just informal meetings with
parents and community members about topics within CSISD. And so these are informational meetings where we have some time to share with them about different topics. We've shared about curriculum and instruction. And then this past week we had a coffee chat on safety and security and mental health. So those have been well attended, and we appreciate the interest of our parents and community members coming to learn more about what's going on in CSISD face to face with some of our district leaders. We also had a community leader lunch and learn earlier this fall with some of our elected officials, folks from the city, the university, business leaders, and faith-based leaders. This was really just a time to connect with them, let them mingle with themselves, and then also hear from Dr. Harkrider about kind of a state of the district where we're at here in College Station ISD in the fall of 2024. And then a couple things I'm going to talk about specifically that have been developed and that are being rolled out currently are these three things at the bottom. An Adopt a School program, a mentor pilot program, and some advertising opportunities. Our advertising opportunities really are going to come in the way of our Community Connection newsletter, with businesses wanting to reach our students and our parents. There are some limitations we have as a public school district to allow for-profit businesses to share promotional information with parents and students for free. We're not going to willingly provide them with free advertising opportunities. We do have opportunities for our nonprofit organizations through our Community Flyers webpage, but for-profit, we don't really have a system for that at this point. And so we're setting up advertising opportunities in our newsletter, as well as we get a little bit closer to the potential of our video boards being put in our stadiums. There's opportunity for that, and so that would be managed by Krista's office as well. So all of this is coming from the strategic design framework. So goal 4 is kind of the big piece that we're leaning on here, cultivating and strengthening intentional partnerships with local businesses, community organizations, and higher education agencies. And so really what that looks like right now is Krista is seldom in the office when she is well, because she is at local businesses. She's meeting with local nonprofit organizations and churches to make a connection and begin a relationship with a lot of them that have expressed interest or have been involved in the past but maybe fell off a little bit. She's making a lot of cold calls and emails just for our neighbors, the folks who have a business or a church or something around our schools. We just want to be neighborly and make a connection and begin that relationship with them. And I can tell you guys, the response from just about everybody that we have met has been overwhelmingly positive. There's not been one community leader, business, organization, church that has not said we will do everything that we can to support our local public schools. So I hope that encourages you as we kind of roll out some of these things, that we have a long list of people who are lining up to be in our schools, participate in some of these community-based programs, and love on our teachers and support our kids. So it's really been a cool thing to see, and Krista has definitely been the right person to do this job. Developing a community engagement plan takes some time, but I wanted to just share kind of like the 3 steps that we're taking right now. Like I said, Krista's spending a lot of time developing relationships and partnerships with our neighbors and our local businesses and organizations. And the next kind of step for that was once Krista started meeting with them and gauging their interest, we had to take their feedback and develop some manageable programs and opportunities for them to get connected with schools. In my first year here, I took a lot of cold calls from businesses, organizations, churches who just said, I would like to volunteer. I would like to be a part of what y'all are doing, but I don't know how. And my answer was like, well, we have a volunteer application that you can fill out, but that's kind of the extent of where we were at. They could submit a flyer to be posted on our website and take to the schools. And so I know that y'all know that that's been a gap that we've been needing to fill for a while. But from my firsthand experience in that, this has definitely been a huge need. And so over the course of last year, brainstorming with the leadership team, Dr. Harkrider, and then being able to bring Krista on has really been a huge asset to develop those opportunities. I'm going to share a couple of those in more detail in just a minute. And then the next step really has been collaborating with our schools to identify the needs that they have so that we can match them with the organizations that we have relationships with. Now, we already have PTOs, we have booster clubs, and we have just really great community leaders and businesses who have just stepped up to the plate on their own volition and just said, hey, that's my neighborhood school, that's where my kid goes, that's where my grandkids go, and they have matched up with those PTOs and booster clubs, and those relationships have flourished and been great. But that example of an organization that reaches out that doesn't have that connection, that's where we're trying to meet that need. So I want to talk a little bit about the Adopt a School program. The purpose of this really is just to connect a local business or organization to a school. We've found that while we have a lot of willingness from our local community, they need some direction. And this is one way that we can provide them with that direction and say, we think you could match up with this school because of the purpose of your business or organization aligns with the culture and the vision of this campus. And so that's really what we've started to do as we've developed these relationships. And really the goal is to have a school adopted by at least one community partner, but it's not limited to just one because I can tell you both, for example, both of our comprehensive high schools, again, there are people lining up to adopt those schools because they're like, I don't have kids there, but I'm the church right next door, or I'm the business that has, brought them coffee for teacher appreciation or something, and I just want to be more invested. So we're more than willing to allow a church, a local business, a nonprofit to be a part of that. And then really it's anybody in the local Bryan College Station area, a business, a nonprofit, a faith-based organization, a community organization. Our first two schools that were kind of officially and publicly adopted were College Hills. They were recently adopted by A&M United Methodist Church. And I say recently, I mean recently we took this picture and gave them those plaques because A&M United Methodist Church has been involved with College Hills for some time, bringing coffee trucks to the school, supporting their initiatives and their events. They've been great partners already, and we just wanted to celebrate that and share that with our community that they have that partnership going on. And then a newer partnership at Creekview Elementary with Salt City Church. Salt City actually meets in Creekview, and their pastor, Brandon Sweeney, is a former teacher and just wanted to give back to the campus where they're meeting on Sundays. And so they've volunteered at Field Day. They are volunteering as Gator Buddies, sitting in the lunchroom while staff can take a break during the lunchtime. And so that relationship has been great for Creekview Elementary. And I'll say with both of those examples, the district is not telling those organizations or the schools what this relationship should look like. We're not telling them there's a level of commitment that's required. We're just providing them with that connection because a principal has to be a principal and a teacher has to be a teacher. And a lot of times we have businesses that are lining up at the door wanting to meet with the principal, but they've got to run their campus. And so that's why Krista's position has been such a big asset. So it's that she can take the time to connect those campuses to the schools. The businesses to the schools. I really have kind of already talked about these benefits, but for the community, the Adopt a School program is really just providing them with a connection, enriching our community. When we've got strong public schools, our community is strong and vice versa. And so it's also providing that need for some of our organizations, like at Texas A&M. They've got lots of student organizations that want to be in our schools for their volunteer hours. Well, we've got to provide them with that opportunity and connect them with a school that has those opportunities. And so that's what the purpose of this is as well. And then for the schools, we're really just the more responsible adults, the more business leaders, the more people that we can put in front of these kids as examples and role models, the better our learning outcomes are going to be. It makes them feel more connected to their community. They can create memories through a lot of these partnerships. And so we're really happy that we already have a couple. We've got one slated at College Station High School early in December, and so we're super excited about that. Now, so when we connect these schools, we do want to encourage them to be involved and donate coffee and cookies and treats to the teachers, but we also want them to shed some light on some of the expertise they may have as a business leader, or just be a caring and good listener and supportive role model for a kid. And so We want to dig a little deeper into what that could look like, and we talked to a handful of school districts about what a mentor program could look like in a public school district. There's lots of great examples out there. Krista and I have talked to many of them and visited mentor trainings and talked to mentors in other school districts. It's been great. Some of our schools have initiated their own mentor programs that have come and gone, or some of them are mentor kids with their staff. And so we already know that there's kind of a need here in College Station ISD for a program like this, but I'm just going to kind of run you through what this may look like and what we're thinking about doing here in the next semester with a potential mentor program here in CSISD. So a mentor really is just going to be a volunteer who is going to donate their time about 30 minutes a week, 30 minutes every other week, to come and meet with a student at lunchtime, and they're going to really just be a listener, make sure that they are supporting the parents and the guardians' goals for that student in their academic journey, and really just be a supporter and build a relationship with a student. Now, there's a lot of research on why mentoring is beneficial to students. It can help with behavior, attendance, career outcomes, participation in extracurricular activities. But really, again, we're trying to get our community in the door so that we can provide students with a variety of different opportunities to learn and grow. And so how is this going to work? So the mentor program is going to be initiated here at the district office with Krista. So she is going to be the coordinator that identifies those volunteers who have been background checked through our volunteer application. And we're going to just gauge the interest of those volunteers. When we have enough interest from volunteers, we're going to bring them in for a 1-hour training that's modeled after Cy-Fair ISD's mentor program. They've been doing it for about a decade, and we went and visited their mentor training and talked to some of their mentors and administrators that manage this. And we've also connected with school personnel down there about how they manage mentors at the campus level, and received a lot of resources from them. So it's been a big help. But really, that relationship with the mentor is going to start here at central office. Once they get background checked and clear that, and then do a 1-hour training where we're really just telling them kind of the do's and don'ts of interacting with a student every other week, giving them ideas on games that they could play with the student, or worksheets that they could do together, or just how to talk to a 5th grader about what their life is like and the things that they like about school and what they don't. It's really just going to be a time for them to hear what our vision is for them to be in our schools. And then we're going to identify what we're calling a mentor liaison. This is a campus employee. We're not defining who this is for the campus, but at the 3 campuses that we are looking to pilot this at, it's been the school counselor. And those school counselors, because of their relationship with the students, they're a great resource to identify who those kids are, and they're already kind of naturally doing that. So that mentor liaison is really just the connection between the mentor and the mentee's parents or guardians. Because a part of that training is going to include things like, you're not going to have a student's cell phone number, you're not going to follow them on social media, but you're going to have a mentor liaison that can help communicate from the mentor and the mentor's parents and back and forth. So that's a pivotal role, and we have got 3 really great counselors around the district who are going to help pilot this at their campuses. And then again, the parents and the guardians are huge in this. This is voluntary. So if a counselor identifies a kid that says, hey, this kid could really benefit from a mentor, they're really interested in science, and we've got a business over here that works in that field, and they're going to bring in some of their employees, and it would be a great mentorship opportunity. If that parent says, I would rather not, no harm, no foul. They have to give permission. Same thing with the student. If the student is identified as potentially needing a mentor or could benefit from something like that, and the parent says, I think that's a good idea, but the student is unwilling to do it, that's okay. We're not forcing them. This is a voluntary program that we're looking to roll out. And really, the parents and the guardians are going to help us identify how to match a mentor to a mentee as well, providing them with some opportunity to share about their student, the things that they like, the academic outcomes they're looking for, that kind of thing. And then the mentees, again, I shared with you that this is a voluntary program. They're going to meet twice a month, and kind of work towards those mutually established goals. And then really they're going to coordinate between the parents and the mentor liaison to make sure that those mentor sessions are set up accordingly. So we've identified 3 campuses, and these three campuses have really been identified because of the interest of some of our local community organizations and just location. So College Hills, obviously, it's already been adopted by a church and has some other partnerships that are kind of lined up to go. They're interested. Oakwood Intermediate and A&M Consolidated High School. Consol already has a staff mentor program, but they have more mentees than they have staff members. So this has been a good opportunity for us to kind of slide in there, say we'll fill the gap for you with some community members. Kind of talked about that mentor process, but the rollout for this pilot program, we're going to start kind of mid-January, end of January. Get all those volunteers, background check, do the training. Krista and myself will be doing regular check-ins with these school counselors to see how the program is going, to get feedback from them. And then what we're going to do is get those 3 counselors in those schools to give us feedback and then help train the rest of the district on how this mentor program can work at their campus if they would want to roll it out. And so that's kind of where we're at with community engagement thus far. We appreciate your trust in working towards that goal of engaging our community a little more. Is there any questions?
Just so excited, and you've heard me say this, and so excited about what you've been doing, and so excited about what Krista's been doing. I mean, so much since she's been here since August, and obviously 3 years ago now with the strategic plan, we put that on there, and it's, I mean, I know there's a whole lot of other things been happening, but to be able to see this much movement on that goal in just a few months, it's just fantastic. And like you said, people are out there, I mean, because I've heard them for years, wanting to be able and to find the right ways to come in and support our schools, you know, because they do support them, but they want to actually physically be a part. And so I just think everything that y'all are doing is fantastic. And I mean, and that's certainly getting the people involved to help, but also us communicating more. The newsletter is, I think, is fantastic as well. So I have all good things to say about that, about everything y'all are doing. Cool. And the only other thing is, the other thing on that goal is with the higher ed linkage. And I know some things are, in those relationships, I know some things are happening there as well. So, I mean, that may be for another discussion or.
Yeah, we'll have multiple partnerships that we will be able to announce with A&M here in the coming months.
It's neat because I worked on that specific goal on the strategic plan, and like I could sit here and say, oh, we had some visions of what that might look like, but y'all have blown it out of the water. So appreciate the hard work on that, because I think the mentor program is going to be awesome. I think the adoptive school's taken off. It's just neat to see the community. We know we live in a great community, and now we're utilizing those relationships going forward. So I appreciate all y'all's work. Anything else? Appreciate it, Mr. Dunson. That'll bring us to item E, adjourn. And this came up, and I was like, dude, how much is this rate? He goes, oh, that's paying the sheriff. And I was like, well, how much is it? And he goes, oh, it's about 45. I was like, yeah, for whom? Yeah. Catch up. They actually went into Amarillo, stayed at Warfield. That's the name of it. Speakeasy under. So they're highlighting on that street. But they also probably don't realize how hard work is. Oh, no, no, he stayed the whole time. You're gonna stay. Yes. Sit down for meals. Yes. Yep. Not deliberate. I don't even know what you're talking about. And he may even be here. Because the first year, I think it was him and I, then Ben got in on it. So, better figure it out. You're going to look like the oddball. Which one? I've got two. Oh, I'll probably bust the blue and white out this year. I think that's what's in her hand. Yeah. Because I think she took her. Yeah, I think she took her grandmother over there. All right, let's roll. All right, welcome everybody to our regularly scheduled board meeting, Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, 7 p.m. Call to order, declaration of a quorum, 6 members present, 1 absent. Thank you all for being here, taking the time to be here. Welcome to this meeting of the College Station Independent School District Board of Trustees. We were elected at large to represent the interests of our community and our state in educating our students. Our mission for our students in this district is success each life, each day, each hour. We adhere to all pertinent laws, policies, and procedures in posting agendas and conducting our meetings. The detailed agenda information was made available to us at least 72 hours in advance, and we have all come to this meeting informed and prepared. We've just completed a workshop meeting where we heard reports and discussed much of the information needed to make decisions in either this meeting or in the upcoming meetings. This is a meeting of the 7 trustees in a public setting rather than a public meeting. As such, public comment is included on the agenda at a specific time and requires us to listen rather than take action so as to abide by the Open Meetings Act. We are pleased that you have taken time this evening to join us. We are very proud of this school district and we thank you for your interest in and support of our students. That'll bring us to item C1, our elections. We have already sworn in Dr. Darren Payne for his election at place 1. That was done last week. And then now we have Miss Kristen Wilson for place 2.
name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I, Kristen Wilson,
I, Kristen Wilson,
do solemnly swear
do
that I,
s-
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of
School Board Trustee, Place 2
School Board Trustee, Place 2
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God.
and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of the state, so help me God.
Is it?
Okay, now you can sit down and I gotta go over here. Okay, thank you.
All right, Kristen, you can take your, oh, go ahead.
Oh, real
Yes,
quick, sorry.
go right ahead.
Bye, Carrie.
No.
That was my grandmother. So she just had her 84th birthday last Friday.
Kristen, do you want to introduce anybody that might be joining you as well?
I have more family here too. My husband, Alex Wilson, and then our 4 kiddos are here. So Jet and Rosie, Waylon, and Hazel Wilson.
Wonderful. All right, you get to take your seat, and we want to make sure we recognize our outgoing board member, Mr. Blaine Decker. Blaine has served on our school board for 3 years and has been an integral member and trustee for us as a board and for our district. And on behalf of the board, unless they want to say something as well, but I appreciate your dedication to the students and teachers here in College Station ISD, because it was very evident. Sometimes we couldn't hear you all the time, but we at least made sure we got the clarification. But we appreciate that. And your leadership was noted, and we appreciate and hopefully continue to ask for your support as we move forward. In recognition of that, but go ahead, Josh.
Oh, I was just going to add, in addition to what Mr. Horak said, Blaine, over these last 3 years, I have appreciated your thoughtfulness and professionalism, everything else, but the thought that you put into the questions that you asked and the concerns that you have, and the folks in our community that you took the time to spend time with and learn from over this years. I mean, Kristen, I'm sure is going to be great, but we're definitely going to miss you, and you can always come back and run again in the future. So, but thank you so much.
I just thank you, Blaine. I only got to serve with you for 1 year, but you were incredibly helpful to me my first year. Super supportive, really welcoming, and yes, thank you. You bring us a unique perspective with your military background and also being local. You will be missed.
Blaine, I will tell you, appreciate the last year and a half, the friendship we developed, and appreciate you taking a shot on me a year and a half ago. Thank you.
And I've got to say something too, just quickly, because so much of it's been said, but didn't know you before you got on the board, but I really have enjoyed getting to know you personally, but really have appreciated what you've added to our board. Like has been said, the dedication outside of this room to learn about education, and to talk to people and support public education across this community. And of course, we've appreciated your questions and insightful comments and questions along the way as well, because we're losing a little brain power tonight there. So thank you.
Yeah, everybody else is being serious, so I'll be funny. That brain power is fun to see, because we really enjoy when you speak to us and then we have to go like look up what some of the words are that you just said, which happened to me more than once. But thank you, Blaine.
So yeah, on behalf of the district and the Board of Trustees, we want to present this board to you for just as a memento, so you can take it to the office, whatever you want to use it for. Just highlighting your 3 years with us, and we appreciate everything, man.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you to everyone for the kind words. To my fellow board members, I really appreciate the mutual fun that we've had, the learning that we've done. Really to the teachers, the administrators, thank you for what you've done for our community, and for the community members. Thank you for voting for me. Thank you for voting for the bond. Like Austin said earlier during the workshop, we've got a strong community because we've got strong public schools, and strong public schools are a product of the strong community. So it's very interesting being up here because I like when people come and talk up here, and it takes a lot of personal bravery to talk on camera in front of your peers. But I appreciate those of y'all that did it, and look forward to seeing what the school district can do in the years to come. Thank you.
That'll bring us to D1. I believe we had the kiddos from College Hills and Pebble Creek here for our pledge. And
Good evening. My name is Amanda Allen. I'm the proud principal at Pebble Creek Elementary. And then I have Miss Lahoff.
I'm Jordan Lahoff. I'm the assistant principal at Pebble Creek Elementary. Tonight we have two wonderful students here to represent the Panthers. We have Alessa Grande and Parker Henry, and I'm going to let them give a little bit of information about themselves and what they love about being a Panther.
Hello, my name is Alessandra Grande, and I'm in 4th grade at Pebble Creek Elementary. I love to learn about drawing, and my favorite thing about Pebble Creek is how much the teachers will love you no matter what.
Yes. Hi, my name is Parker Henry. I'm 4th grade at Pebble Creek Elementary. I love to learn math. My favorite thing about Pebble Creek is toot your horn at morning assembly. One thing I'm thankful for is the Bible.
Hello, I am Lindsay Ditmar, and I am the very proud assistant principal at College Hills Elementary. And I also have a couple of students here to recognize tonight, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Good evening. My name is Jaya, and I'm in 3rd grade at College Hills Elementary. I love to learn about animals. My favorite thing about College Hills is my teachers. I am thankful for my family. Buenos días. Me llamo Jaya y yo estoy en 3er grado en la escuela College Hills. Me gusta aprender de los animales. Lo que más me gusta de College Hills es mis maestras. Estoy agradecida por mi familia.
Good evening, my name is Riley. I'm in the 4th grade at College Hills. I love to learn about science. My favorite thing about College Hills is the teacher, and I'm thankful for school.
Please stand for the American pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Please stay standing for the moment of silence. You may begin.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you to our students. We're going to continue our student recognitions portion of the meeting, and I'm going to bring up Mr. Eric Eakes, our Director of Fine Arts, to recognize our state marching bands.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Eric Eakes. I'm the Director of Fine Arts here for College Station ISD. It's my pleasure to get to share this moment with all of you. The College Station High School and A&M Consolidated High School marching bands competed in the UIL 5A State Marching Band Contest for the third time earlier this month, making a successful end to the 2024 marching season. College Station placed 21st and A&M Consolidated placed 28th in the preliminary round of the state contest. Both bands qualified for the state contest for the first time in 2021, and since then have ranked in the top 28 out of 247 total Class 5A marching bands in the state of Texas. We are immensely proud of these students and their directors for their accomplishment, but it wouldn't be possible without the unwavering support of our band boosters, parents, and CSISD community. Please join me in congratulating our high school marching bands for another successful year. Students and directors, would you please come to the front and be recognized by the board when I call your name? From College Station High School Band, we have Dylan Broad, drum major. Kelly Dean, drum major. Josh Perot, drum major. Isabella Viscara, drum major. Sage Cole, color guard assistant captain. Reagan Martin, color guard captain. And Mr. John Seal, headband director for College Station High School. I know that tonight he's under the weather, so that's probably where he is, but John, we wish you all the best. Assistant band director, Michael Dixon. And assistant band director, Mr. Joseph Kahn. And before we move forward from College Station High School, I would like to just say a special word of thanks to Ms. Laura Nolan, the guard captain, who's standing right back there under the clock. So thank you, Laura, for all your help, your work, your energy with the guard program for College Station High School.
Parents, really quick. Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Okay, and now from A&M Consolidated, drum major Sage Evans. Drum major Madeline Volka. Drum major Taylor Rutledge. Drum major Sam Rhodes. Color guard captain Noor Motar. And color guard captain Ciara Byrne. And headband director Steve Fry. Assistant band director James Benton. And assistant band director Harry Hutchins. Morgan Embody, color guard captain. Claire Duhan, drum major. Thank you.
All right, we had another student group reach the state competition earlier this fall. The A&M Consolidated High School girls and College Station High School boys cross country teams and A&M Consolidated Senior Kian Deckers competed in the UIL Class 5A Cross Country State Championships on November 2nd at Old Settlers Park in Round Rock. The Lady Tigers placed 5th overall with 160 points, and the Cougars finished 11th at the state meet with 253 points. And A&M Consolidated Senior Kian Deckers placed 29th overall as an individual. And I'm standing in for Coach Starnes, who is currently traveling to San Antonio, or probably already watching the Lady Cougars play in the state semifinal volleyball game. But he wanted to share his congratulations to our cross-country runners tonight with you. So he says, "We are extremely proud of the performances of our cross-country athletes this year. They've invested countless hours into training for this opportunity and really represented themselves and their schools very well. Thank you to the seniors for their leadership, and to those who are returning. Keep working hard, and we look forward to continued success next year." Help me congratulate all of our state cross-country runners from this year. Students, as I call your name, if you'll come and receive your certificate and be recognized for the board, and then we'll take a group picture for each team after all the names are called. From A&M Consolidated High School, Rowan Skinner. Elizabeth Gregory. Hayden Helms. Tilly Miller. Gracie Pike. Isabella Stumpf. Sullivan Glass. Madison Black and Alexandra Stack. And Izzy Farrar and Kian Decker, I don't think we're able to make it tonight, but we've got head coach Anthony Branch here tonight. We've got one more over here, coach. Oh, I'm sorry, Eva Reese. Yeah, head coach Anthony Branch. And his assistant coaches who weren't able to make it tonight, Coach Solstice, Coach Hood, and Coach Grimaldo. All right, congratulations, guys. Y'all can take a seat. All right, now our boys waiting patiently in the back in their sharp t-shirts. Vance Balabina. Justin Boatcali. Julian Garcia. William Howard. Camilo Riano. Henry Vows. Thomas Watanabe. Caden Williams. And Mikas Johannes. And head coach Josh Munson, and assistant coaches Peter Martin, Wesley Fisher, and Dayton Isbell. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Dittmar, the assistant principal at College Hills, and I would like to recognize a couple of staff members. One of them who was able to be with us tonight, Miss Valladolid, are you here? There she is. So I wanted to take a moment to recognize this incredible ECSE teacher and the work that she does. Her dedication to nurturing and supporting our students' unique needs is truly inspiring. Every day, she brings patience, creativity, and compassion into her classroom, ensuring that each child feels valued, included, and capable of achieving their fullest potential. Her ability to connect with families and collaborate with her team demonstrates her commitment to building a strong foundation for lifelong learning and growth. Her positive impact has had an amazing impact on her students' lives that goes far beyond academics. She fosters confidence, independence, and joy in every interaction. Thank you, Ms. Valladolid, for fostering collaboration, inspiring confidence, and ensuring that your team moves forward together towards your goals. Thank you for your tireless efforts and for being a shining example of what it means to be an educator. Your work makes a profound difference, and we are so grateful for you. So tonight we also wanted to recognize Miss Christy Wood, who is our school counselor, and she was unable to be with us tonight, but I do want to read a few notes to recognize her. I want to take a moment to recognize and celebrate the incredible work that she does as our school counselor. Her ability to connect with students, guide them through challenges, and help them build social emotional skills is truly remarkable. Every day, she provides a safe and welcoming space where students feel heard, supported, and empowered. Her dedication to fostering a positive school culture, collaborating with staff, and supporting families does not go unnoticed. Whether she's helping a student navigate a tough moment, leading an engaging guidance lesson, or facilitating programs that help build character and resilience, she's consistently making a meaningful impact on our whole school community. I want to thank her for her compassion, her expertise, and her unwavering commitment to the well-being of our staff and students. Her work is invaluable, and we are incredibly fortunate to have Christy on our team. Thank you.
All right, so we're at Pebble Creek, and Ms. Lahoff and I wanted to bring our front office crew because if you don't know this, the front office is the heartbeat of the campus. And as a first-year principal, there's no way I could do this without them. And what Ms. Lahoff doesn't know is I'm also honoring her tonight because, like I said, as a first-year principal, I couldn't be here. I also want to thank Blair because if it wasn't for Ms. Grande for hiring these people before me, I wouldn't have the team I have. So Amy is our secretary. She is our right-hand person. She organizes everything. She reminds me of everything I forget to do, and then some. And she is just such a joy to be around. She is one who will not only hold me accountable to something, but just go above and beyond to make sure the staff feel welcomed. Norma is our attendance clerk who makes sure every kid is on our roster. She is welcoming to all students as they come in and enroll, to all families that come in. She goes above and beyond to build relationships with our staff and students. Jessica is our receptionist. She's the first face that our students see. She's always smiling. She's willing to do whatever we ask her to do, big or small. And I just am so thankful for the three of them. And Jordan, as my assistant principal, has just come alongside me and welcomed me. And I call them all my security blanket because I sometimes have anxiety if you don't know that about me. And so that's why they're here with me as well tonight, just to help me. They help me feel better every single day and feel like I can do the job. So thank you guys. We did create little poems for them that kind of just, it's I'm going to say it wrong, acrostic, acoustic, a name, poem. So here you go, Ms. Lahoff. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are amazing. Okay.
You want us to lower that? You want us to lower that?
It's too high. I don't want to knock over the table this time. Yeah, it's been a good night so far. Tonight we want to recognize a couple of our auxiliary employees, one in our facilities department and one in custodial. But first I want to thank E3 and our Education Foundation for graciously donating gift cards for the two employees that are recognized tonight. So first is Marco Nelson. Marco has been in our grounds department for about 1.5 years now. And during this short period of time, he has repeatedly demonstrated his dedication to the grounds department as well as his coworkers. He is always willing to go the extra mile and give a hand whenever he can. He takes great pride in his work and always strives to do his best. Thank you, Marco, for your dedication to College Station ISD. Thank you. You can stay up here. You don't get off that easy. Leticia Chavez is being recognized as our custodial employee of the month for November. Ms. Chavez has been with the district for 10 years and has been at College Station Middle School for all of those 10 years. She puts her best into everything she does and always has a smile on her face. Mr. Ryan stated that he never has to worry that College Station Middle School will be left with anything less than cleanliness. Thank you, Leticia, for your dedication to the students and staff at College Station Middle School and to College Station ISD. Why don't we take a picture? Okay.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chuck Longwell. I'm the driver supervisor of transportation. We also wanted to recognize one of our transportation employees this evening, Ms. Trish Griffin, if you'd come up here. So, Trish, as often happens with the transportation department, actually started out as one of our parents, transporting her kids, and we'd see her every day, and then all of a sudden she was in the building working for us. And that was 6 years ago, and she's stuck with us, and I'm very thankful every day that she has. She has served our buses, special needs buses, as a monitor, especially the campuses of Forest Ridge and College Station High School. And I know she's fallen in love with every kid that's been on that bus. And she always brings a smile to her kids' faces and to my face. She'll see me walking around the hallway, usually with 1,000 things on my mind, and she'll just, Chuck, and just give me, and it always brightens my day. So I want to thank you for everything you do, and also, so you have a fancy certificate and a gift card provided by E3 and the Education Foundation. Thank you. So thank you so much for everything you do. Now we got a big picture, baby.
We're going to take a picture.
That's going to bring us to D5 PLC presentations from Cypress Grove and Creekview.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Harkrider, Mr. Horak, and members of the board. Hang on. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Good? Okay. All All right, my name is Brandon Ernst, and I teach 6th grade social studies at Cypress Grove Intermediate. I want to start off by thanking Dr. Harkrider and the board for getting our district started on our PLC process with Solution Tree. Recently, I was able to attend the Solution Tree PLC at Work Institute in San Antonio with 2 other members of our school's guiding coalition. We are fortunate enough to have new Title I funds that we use to fund our trip, so I'd like to thank Ms. Piper Cameron out there for using that money to send us to this awesome event. Throughout this event, we were able to listen and learn from great educational leaders like Mike Matos, Anthony Muhammad, and Luis Cruz, who not only have a multitude of experience within the K-12 school systems across the United States, but also in the PLC process. My biggest takeaways from this experience were how much of an emphasis PLCs place on collaboration and it being a long-term process. With the PLC process, collaboration is not an invitation, it's a requirement. What this looks like for us at Cypress Grove is each department meeting every single day to discuss data, to drive our instruction, meeting with our instructional leadership team to learn new strategies, and most importantly, having time to collaborate on planning. Hearing the why behind the collaboration helped me drive home why we effectively collaborate every day at school. As was mentioned time and time again at our conference, PLCs are a long-term journey and not just another meeting or another box to check off. The PLC process isn't just a one-year fad before we find a new thing to focus on. It's a long-term investment on ourselves, our fellow staff, and most importantly, our students. Within our social studies department, we have truly bought into the PLC process and have come together every day looking forward to collaborating and bouncing ideas off of each other. For me, I find this time incredibly valuable, as this being only my 2nd year as an educator, this time allows me to ask questions and glean new ideas from people who have been in this profession longer than I've been alive. Thanks. Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, the PLC process is a long-term journey that is an investment in ourselves, our campus, and most importantly, our students. At Cypress Grove, we had made great strides to carve time into our schedules to collaborate daily with our departments and our instructional leadership team. Having this time to collaborate daily helps us understand the needs of our students and mold our instruction to fit the needs of all students. The journey with PLCs has had a great start with us, and I can't wait to continue working through this process in the years to come. Thank you for your time, and hope you all enjoy the well-deserved Thanksgiving break.
Good evening. My name is Amber Frederick, and I teach 5th grade math at Cypress Grove. I want to share how the professional learning community process has transformed the way we approach teaching and learning, ultimately leading to the improved student achievement. One of the key takeaways from Solution Tree training and the PLC framework is how it has helped us become more intentional in our instruction with student success at the heart of every decision that we make. The core of our PLC framework is the regular data-driven collaboration time between our 5th and 6th grade content teams. We meet daily to review current student data, discuss strategies we've implemented in the classroom, and reflect on what has worked and what hasn't. The focus on data is critical because it enables us to tailor our next steps based on where the students are right now, rather than relying solely on past practices or assumptions. By looking at formative assessments, we can pinpoint specific areas where students need support and immediately adjust our teaching to meet those needs. Through these daily meetings, we've also developed a culture of shared responsibility. Each teacher brings their own insights and experiences to the table, allowing us to learn from each other and refine our own strategies. This collaborative approach fosters professional growth and ensures that we are all aligned in our efforts to help every student succeed. The impact has been evident. Not only are we more responsive to student needs, but we are also seeing tangible improvements in student achievement. By consistently using data to guide our decisions and by reflecting on and refining our strategies together, we are able to close learning gaps more effectively and provide more personalized supports for our students. In short, the PLC process has created a systematic, data-driven approach to teaching and learning that is having a direct positive impact on our students. The ongoing professional growth of our teachers, combined with the focus on student-centered practices, is ensuring that we are continuously moving forward and improving both instruction and student outcomes. Thank you.
Good evening. I feel like I need a step stool. All right. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Karen Rossman, and I am a fourth grade math and science teacher at Creekview Elementary School. We were asked to share tonight briefly about PLC process we've been using at Creekview for the past 4 years. Of course, this is a process similar to what you guys were saying about, so every round, I feel like we're improving and tweaking how we do things. Our process starts with identifying an essential skill. So for math, we focus on the readiness standards. And so this is done by looking at the data from what we've already taught. What standards should our students have mastered, but we still are not seeing that success? When we first started this process last fall, we noticed that with area and perimeter, we had students who typically were high-performing students on assessments were not showing mastery in this TEAC. So we give ourselves a timeline, and so about 4 weeks. We look at the data from different assessments and break the students down into groups based on how they've been performing. Do they need reteach by the teacher? Do they understand the topic, but they're not getting every question right all the time, so they just need to practice on their own? Or do they need to be challenged more? So for that, the students that need reteach, they're going to work with another teacher 2 to 3 times a week in a small group. Everyone in the class is getting at least one weekly spiral review activity over that topic, and additional menu board type challenges may also be present as needed for other students. After the 4-week process, every student is reassessed over that standard. We found this is a powerful process because while this reteach is going on, we're still teaching our current curriculum. This is just an additional focus. In order for it to be successful, though, it's extremely important we are working together with our teammates and support staff. At times, this means that your teammate might be teaching students that are not their own, or a support staff might be pulling a small group. Last year, this happened first thing in the morning or during class. This year, we have our chomp time. Collaboration helps others make progress. So it's 60 minutes a day, 30 minutes for math, 30 minutes for reading. If you're departmentalized, I have 30 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes in the afternoon. We want to fill the gaps for all students, and if we tap into our resources, we can help more students be successful. After we finish our focusing on a TEAC, we go back to our current data and see where the next need is, and the process continues. We found that this process had a huge level of success last year because it allowed students to see their current areas of success while also focusing on what they need to work on. This is a life skill. This process allows students to set goals, monitor their progress towards meeting their goals, and it gives students more ownership into their learning. At the end of last year, with the help of the PLC process, the students performed very well on STAR. However, I think what has been even more rewarding is seeing how our instructional strategies this year have improved from last year. Every group of students is going to be different from year to year, but this year we're seeing more students master the concepts the first time around, so it allows us to spend more time with students who need additional reteach. In addition, tying back into working collaboratively, we work closely with Amy Tolan when it comes to finding ways to challenge students who have mastered certain concepts, so I'll let her share briefly.
I'm Amy Tolan, Enrichment Specialist at Creekview Elementary. So question 4 of the PLC model is, how will we extend learning for students who are already proficient? This is where I come in. My role supports both students and teachers. This year, my schedule was designed around our CHOMP schedule, allowing me to work not only with GT students, but students who have already mastered concepts. I extend their learning by diving deeper into topics or introducing advanced material beyond the classroom curriculum. While interventions are often focused on struggling students, it is equally important to provide opportunities for advanced learners to grow. I also serve as a resource for teachers, offering ideas, materials to extend learning for students in their classroom. I meet with teachers during collaborative team meetings to support their planning and help ensure all students are challenged appropriately. So the moral of this story is, it is a collaborative process and everyone is a part of it and needed. And we appreciate you letting us share about our PLC journeys tonight.
Thank y'all very much for sharing. Sounds like a lot of successes on the campuses there. D6, we want to recognize the artwork at the back of the boardroom from our College Hills and Pebble Creek kids. So make sure as you make your way out later on this evening that you check those out and see some of the artists that we have in our district. Brings to item E, board reports. Who'd like to go first?
Well, Education Foundation just had one of their most exciting days of the year and just awarded 75 teacher grants during Teacher Grant Patrol. Those totaled about $307,000. And a few of note that were pointed out to me. One of the grants was for new CPR dummies for all of our campuses. So that not only helps train our staff, but also our high school seniors have to go through CPR training. Another grant was to give books for the book vending machines for all of our elementary schools and our one intermediate school that have them. And there were just a ton of grants for all sorts of things, STEM, CTE, all of our different educational areas, fine arts. And so that's a really exciting day of the year for us.
DEIC, we met last week, talked about the calendar again. One thing to note, the community will get to see some sample calendars and vote here at some point, but the start and end dates on the calendars, there's not a lot of flexibility because in our workshop we learned about how much construction is going to be going on at some of these campuses, so we're really limited on those days. There's going to be some new course additions that are going to get talked about later on in the meeting. One that I think is great is a new dual credit course for history, so that's exciting to give our students some more opportunity to earn that dual credit. And there will be some changes in the vape policy that I believe we will be discussing in December, so those will be coming on the radar.
Well, Mr. Horick and I attended the first of its kind Teacher Advisory Council. That has been what has changed from what was PAC to now more specific Teacher Advisory Council, and that was a couple of weeks ago. That is the teachers of the year from each of the campuses are being brought together with a good chunk of the cabinet there to really have some open discussions about some different issues in the campuses, and not just issues, just things going on, and to get feedback from those campuses and from those teachers throughout those campuses. We had some very good discussions, I think, really took place, and on things, some curriculum and instruction discussions, some on safety and classroom management type discussions, and I think it was a very successful first endeavor. I don't know if you.
Myself and Dr. Harkrider attended the Intergovernmental Committee meeting yesterday, and that obviously is a committee that's composed of governmental entities from kind of our seven county region, and the discussion was basically about kind of how that committee is going to look moving forward, how it's going to handle its business and so forth. Traditionally, or I didn't say traditionally, but the last several years, an entity would come in and do a presentation for an hour and so forth, and they are talking about potentially making it more kind of an open forum where, hey, if the city of College Station has some questions for Bryan School District or whatever it might be, that we could have some more open communication and deal with those kind of things. So that was really the entire meeting, and so we'll see how that plays out over the next year or so.
Kristen, do you have anything? No, I'm kidding. Sorry. Superintendent update, Dr. Harkrider.
Yes, sir. Our Lady Cougar volleyball team is playing right now in San Antonio in the state semifinals. As of about 5 minutes ago, we had lost the first 2 sets. So I'm speaking positive thoughts in existence. So hopefully we can grab game 3 and go on a little bit of a run. Lots of football over the next couple of days. Our Arkansas football team will be in Katy Thursday night, second round of the playoffs. And then College Station football team Friday night will be in New Caney in the second round as well. And I think we have a lot of students and staff members looking forward to Thanksgiving holiday starting next week.
Very much so. Brings us to item E2. So the State Board of Education rule has required that a public announcement be made each year of the names of the board members who have completed the required continuing education and who are deficient. So we did this last month. It was discovered that Ms. McAdams had met. It was reported that she had met. It was recalculated that she actually exceeded. So we do have to announce that and make that public, and we are amending that. So congratulations, Ms. McAdams, for,
You did say you wanted a recount, right?
yeah, so there's your recount, Mr. Ben. There you go, Mr. McAdams. Congratulations on that accomplishment, because it does take a lot of time, we know. Item F, hearing of citizens. We do not have any for tonight. Item G, consent agenda. Those items are item H and K4 through K11. Do I have a motion?
A motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Ege, second by Ms. Simmons. Any further discussion, questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. Sorry, Ms. Wilson, you do have to stay. That will bring us to item I1, consideration, discussion, and possible action related to new middle and high school course approvals for 25-26 school year. Ms. Parkerson.
Good evening, Mr. Horak, Dr. Harkrider, members of the board. We have 6 high school courses for your consideration this evening. We have one social studies course, which is the U.S. History dual credit course. It is notable that our current sophomore class is on the new GPA system, which does include dual credit courses. And so as they move through our high schools, we'll be looking to add dual credit opportunities, particularly for that cohort of kids and beyond. The other 5 courses are in the CTE area. 2 of them, Career and Technical Education Project-Based Capstone and Practicum of Agriculture Extended, are advanced level courses that will enable us to hopefully increase our number of completers in our programs of study. And then the other 3 courses are courses that we have, but we are adding labs to them so that we can make further use of our incredible agricultural center out at CTE Phase 1. And so those would be adding labs to our vet med, wildlife, fisheries, and livestock courses so that we can spend a little bit more time out there utilizing that new facility. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions should you have any regarding those 6 new high school courses.
So these were added because now we do have the CTE Center, in a sense?
Well, we have had those courses,
Right.
but with the transition times to and from the CTE Center, and then also just the facility itself and the learning experiences that we're able to leverage because of that facility, we want our kids to have more time in those classes.
Perfect.
Specifically on the one that's the 3-hour, the practicum. I mean, it even talked about some work experience in that. Can you expound on that a little bit?
I will do the best that I can in lieu of Mr. Ross and Ms. Klinkskill's not being here this evening. The practicum courses are designed for students to have really career and work-based, workforce-ready experiences. And a lot of different things can fall underneath that umbrella. As you alluded, it can be on-the-job training. It can be specific projects, research projects that they come up with. So it really gives us a lot of flexibility to create a unique learning experience based on that student's needs once they meet all the prerequisites for that course.
And then one more reminder, I know we talked about changes from the state or about dual credit through Blinn and the costs of those. Hadn't the costs go down or to nothing or?
Because of Blinn's participation in the FAST program, we have seen a fairly substantial decrease in the tuition that is charged to our students in CSISD. So absolutely, there are advantages because of the FAST program and Blinn participating in that.
Yeah, for kids who qualify financially, coming from an eco-dis population, they many times would be able to take the course for free. If you don't qualify, it's roughly about $170 a course, which is still obviously a very nominal fee.
Any other questions? We do, I believe, a motion is in order.
I move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Simmons, second by Ms. McAdams. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Parkinson.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. J1, consideration, discussion, and possible approval of an administrator contract for the Executive Director of Special Services.
Good evening, Dr. Harkrider, Board of Trustees. As you know, in September, Mrs. Blair Grande accepted the role of Interim Executive Director of Special Services and since then has performed at high levels. We would like to make it official and recommend to the Board of Trustees that they accept a recommendation to issue Mrs. Grande a new administrative contract for the Executive Director of Special Services.
I move to accept the recommendation.
I'll second.
A motion by Ms. McAdams, second by Mr. Ben. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. Congratulations, Ms. Grande. You want to talk again? Yeah?
Sure.
Why not?
Sure. Okay, hello. I have my husband Rocco here, and then my daughters Gianna and Alessandra. And I just wanted to say, being interim for the short time that I was in there, the team that I have had the pleasure of coming in and joining is fabulous. So, Special Services team, I couldn't be prouder to lead you and work alongside each of you. So, just thank you for the opportunity.
That will bring us to item K1, consideration to delegate contractual authority for the 24-25 school year to obligate College Station ISD under the Texas Education Code 11.1511C4 to superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49, subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under TEC 49.006. This includes approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit or the agreement for purchase of the attendance credit netting Chapter 48 funding. Y'all don't think I'm prepared, really? Come on.
Mr. President, could you,
Nope.
I wasn't paying attention. Can you?
Read it yourself. Miss Wilson, get us through it.
Yes, sir. We've been Chapter 49 for a while now. You might have realized that as Robin Hood or Chapter 41 in the previous of House Bill 3. However, after House Bill 3, we became Chapter 49. Our district's been a recapture district for a while, but we've only made payments back to TEA from 2020 on until 2023. Last fiscal year, we might have made a payment, but it was for the previous year. In 23-24, we did not make a payment back to TEA for recapture purpose. However, because our wealth per WADA is higher than that of Tier 2's guaranteed yields, our district is a recapture per Tier 2 funding, okay? So I've kind of run the numbers on Tier 1, and at this point with Tier 2 funding, when you think about it, you've got your golden pennies and your copper pennies. So your golden pennies, we're not in recapture with our copper pennies. That is if we did have copper pennies, we would have recapture back to the state. However, because our, like I said, our wealth per watt is higher, we have to go through the mechanism of what would happen if we were to be in a recapture situation. As of right now, our Tier 1 funding is not in recapture. It's not in recapture for TEA, and it's not in recapture as of the second 6 weeks of our fiscal year. But we will monitor it because as our values continue to grow, there's a possibility that we will have a little bit of recapture on Tier 1 funding. What's helping the school district right now is the compression of the tax rate for one thing, but then our property values had such an adjustment last fiscal year when we had to do the compression and then move the homestead exemption from 40,000 to 100,000, and then you had that freeze adjustment for our over 65. And so that's what's really kind of pulled us a little bit out of not having to send money back to TEA. But because of this, we elected to do agreement for the purchase of attendance credits, and we had to set that back in August in order to be able to set a tax rate. However, we have to give the authority back to the superintendent to sign the contracts and move us forward as we go on. So that is what I am requesting tonight. There is a agenda item in front of you. If someone would make that motion, just like Mr. Horak did. It's quite a lengthy agenda item that we have to have approved and recommended, but that is a TEA requirement. Questions?
I think I almost get most of it, except for, so explain again what the attendance credit part, you know, allowing as to authorize, are we purchasing them or the attendance credit part of it? Just explain that again, how that helps us on one given year.
Okay,
Just
so
that last part of it.
when you think about it, and you think about a WADA, and so our WADA is 18,725 on our last summary of finance for the second 6 weeks. And so in order to get us out of that, we have to kind of share what you would say attendance. And so we're giving it back to the state, but we're kind of shifting students in a way. And so we call it a buying attendance credits. And it's just really, you're giving it back to the state, and it's an easy way to do it. In fact, 100% of the districts that are in recapture are doing that now. In the olden days, we would actually move money to a different school district and move it like that. But now we're just giving it all back to the state, and the state's making those purchases in a
Okay,
sense.
so really it's just the language, how we're doing it for a student credit. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And as far as the amounts, we don't know those yet.
Okay, so it's
There
really
may not be any yet.
based on your property value and then your students. And so TEA right now has us not receiving recapture on tier 1 or tier 2. However, of course, we don't get those certified property values back until January, and then we'll have our final numbers. And then you really don't know until the end of the fiscal year. But what I'm telling you, based on the estimates right now, we're not going to have to send money back to the state.
In either tier.
In either tier. And never in tier 2 until we sell the copper pennies. And if we were to tax on the copper pennies, then we would have recapture, because our wealth per student is $80 and that recapture now is like $48, $49. Mhm.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Who wants to
Read it.
read?
Yeah, who wants to read it? Yeah.
I'll read it.
I'll do it.
I can motion.
Josh is ready. He's got his glasses on.
Move that the Board of Trustees for the 2024-2025 school year delegate contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code, Section 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under Texas Education Code, Section 48.257 and Chapter 49, subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under Texas Education Code, Section 49.006. This includes approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credits.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Ben, second by Ms. McAdams. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I think you're staying there, though. K2, consider approval of a resolution authorizing the 24 property tax levy for College Station ISD.
Sure. So when we build our budget for the 24-25 school year, we're building it off of certified values, and they're still working through the CAD and doing things like that. So once everything's complete and it becomes a tax levy, that is when our comptrollers will send us that money, those final numbers that we can then adopt from the board. Our numbers are up 7.5% for $143,434,623 for a tax levy. I do want to point out that our district has our tax rate at 0.9729. When we went to the voters with our bond election, we said that we would go no more than 2 pennies, and we set that rate at 1.3%, 1.3 pennies, giving that money back to our tax community. So with that being said, we would recommend College Station trustees adopting the resolution for the 24 tax levy. Any questions?
Just so instead of a 2-cent increase, we only increased by 1.3 cents.
Yes, sir. Okay.
And that was actually with a maintenance and operations tax decrease?
Okay, so we increased 0.107 on our tax rate. Okay. However, with our INS rate, we told the voters that we would do no more than 2 cents, but we increased that one 1.3. The difference is the compression. There was just a little bit of compression on the maintenance and operation tax for this school year.
But still quite a bit less than, that 2 cents. So on the INS
Absolutely.
side. So
And we were able to give that back to our community.
Right.
Anyone? Any more questions, comments? motion?
I motion that we approve the 2024 property tax levy for CSISD.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Ege, second by Ms. Simmons. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. Brings us to item K3, consider the official ballot for Brazos Central Appraisal District Board of Directors for a 1 or 3 year terms beginning January 1, 2025, as determined by the BCAD Board of Directors at the first meeting in 2025. Ms. Wilson.
Yes, sir. So in the second special session of the 88th legislative session, Senate Bill 2 signed into law. This allowed us to go to a 9-member appraisal district board. That is, the assessor collector is appointed, as a member of the board, 5 appointed members, and then it actually goes to 3 elected members. With that being said, they also changed the appointments had to be done by votes, and they assigned those votes based on your property wealth. Our district is assigned 1,345 votes that need to be split between 1 or up to 5 of the candidates.
I'd move that the CISD District Board of Directors cast its 1,345 votes for Mark Deere as a member of the Board of Directors of the Brazos Central Appraisal District.
I'll second that.
A motion by Mr. Ben, second by Ms. McAdams. Any further comment or questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. And that brings us, are we really all the way done? To executive session. We're going to meet in executive session. If y'all want to hang around, that's great. If you don't, y'all have a wonderful Thanksgiving break. Thank you for all that you do. Just got word that the Cougars did win the 3rd set, so they must be rallying. So if you have the app, feel free to jump on and watch. But again, thank y'all. Enjoy your next week, your Thanksgiving break, the holidays with your family and friends, and we'll see y'all back here next month.
Is it gonna work?
All right, Josh, we're back at 9:17. I don't know if you closed it out or not, whatever. Back in open session, we do not need to take action on item M2. We do take action on M1. Do we have a motion?
I would move to nominate, yes, amongst the board, the following slate for the executive board: Jeff Horak for president, Kim Ege for vice president, and Heather Simmon for secretary.
I'll second that.
Oh my gosh, she said something. We have a motion by Mr. Ben, a second by Ms. Wilson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. That will take us to adjournment.